In a land where time flows like the Nile, and the gods once walked among men, every grain of sand holds a secret, and every ruin whispers a memory. Tonight, you'll journey through 15 stories, each one rooted in a real fact about ancient Egypt, but told not as a lesson, as a dream. You'll walk with Cleopatra beneath a moonlit sky, sail the Nile as the stars guide your course, watch pyramids rise, secrets carved into every stone. You'll meet scribes, stargazers, forgotten queens, and the everyday hands that shaped eternity. These aren't just facts, they are moments, echoes, stories kept alive through time, and now told softly, just for you. If this kind of storytelling speaks to your soul, if you love history wrapped in myth, mystery, and sleep, subscribe to Tales for Tired Eyes and let the past lull you to rest. Close your eyes, traveller. Let the world around you fade until all that remains is the hush of the night, the glow of the moon, and the distant echo of footsteps upon the marble floors. You're no longer where you once were. You've stepped beyond time, beyond the familiar, into a world that still lingers in the depths of memory. Welcome to Alexandria, jewel of the ancient world, a city of learning, of poetry, of rulers who walked with the gods themselves. And tonight, you will walk with one such queen. You step onto a balcony of polished limestone, the surface cool beneath your fingertips. The sea stretches before you, endless and shimmering beneath the light of the near full moon. The waves move gently, their song ancient and unchanged by time. A soft breeze curls through the pillars, carrying with it the scent of blooming lotus, the distant spice of incense drifting from the temples below. The city hums in the night, a quiet lull of voices, of distant revelry, of unseen lives continuing just beyond your reach. And there, at the edge of the balcony, draped in robes of indigo, stands a woman who seems untouched by the weight of the years. Cleopatra, Queen of Egypt. Her presence is undeniable, her dark eyes sharp, knowing, as if she can see beyond what is before her. She does not turn to you, not yet. Instead, she gazes upwards, into the vastness of the sky where the stars scatter like spilled jewels across the heavens. And there, among them, the moon, silver and silent, watching over the world as it has done since time began. The gods placed it there, she murmurs, as if speaking to herself, her voice soft and laced with thought. But perhaps they did not place it there for themselves. Perhaps they placed it for us, to wander, to reach, to dream of touching it. She tilts her head slightly, as though lost in secret thought. You follow her gaze, the moon's glow pulling you in, deeper, into something beyond this night, beyond this moment, into something greater than the present. The sound of the sea fades, replaced by the soft rustle of parchment, the quiet flicker of torchlight against stone. You follow Cleopatra through the corridors of the Library of Alexandria, a place where time itself is captured in ink, pressed into delicate sheets of papyrus. The air is rich with the scent of aged scrolls, the faint smokiness of the oil lamps lining the walls. Scholars move like shadows through the aisles, their murmured discussions lost within the vastness of knowledge that surrounds them. Cleopatra walks with purpose, pausing before a table strewn with star maps, intricate charts of constellations inked with careful precision. Her fingers brush the symbols lightly, tracing the paths of celestial bodies. "Here," she says, tapping a point on the parchment. is where we begin to understand. But what if these stars are not only fires in the sky? What if they are places, real places, as real as the sands beneath our feet? She exhales softly, a thoughtful sound. The world believes the gods live above us, but what if there are others waiting beyond our reach? She turns to you now, eyes gleaming in the dim light. Do you think, traveller, that one day we will find them? There's something in her voice, a whisper of hope, of longing, of the relentless curiosity that has driven every great mind before her. The library holds knowledge of past centuries, but it cannot yet hold the knowledge of what is to come. That, it seems, will be for another time, another dreamer, another future yet unseen. The torches flicker, the shadows stretch, and for a moment everything tilts, weightless, shifting, dissolving into something else. You're no longer in the library. The scent of parchment is gone. The quiet murmur of scholars fades into silence. And when you open your eyes, you are nowhere at all. Or perhaps you are everywhere. A vast, endless expanse stretches before you, black as the deepest abyss, speckled with distant lights that burn cold and distant. Below you, a glowing orb, Earth, suspended like a jewel in the darkness. The stars seem closer now, no longer distant memories, but tangible, reachable, as if with just the right step, you could walk among them. A voice crackles through the void, distorted but clear. That's one small step for man. The words echo in the emptiness, and then the sound of a boot pressing into fine dust. The imprint left behind, a mark upon the untouched. One giant leap for mankind. Footsteps on the moon. A dream realized. A past ruler could not have imagined it, yet here it is, already written into history. The sands of time shift, and you are caught within their movement, standing between what has been and what will be. The past and the future are one, woven together like threads in a tapestry yet unfinished. And just as quickly, you are back. The stars above are distant once more. The sea sings its quiet lullaby. Cleopatra stands beside you, her gaze still fixed upon the moon. She does not know of the footprints that will one day mark its surface. She does not know of the voices that will speak across space, bridging the silence of the void. But she knows this. There is wonder yet to be found, and there are stories yet to be told. Do you think the gods listen to our wishes? She asks, her voice barely more than a whisper. Do you think they will remember us when we're gone? You do not answer, but you know. The stars remember, the moon remembers, and as long as there are those who look up in wonder, as long as stories are whispered in the quiet of the night, the past will never truly be lost. The Great Pyramid of Giza stands before you, unshaken by centuries, unbowed by time. For nearly 4,000 years, it reigned as the tallest structure ever made by man, a monument to ambition, to eternity, to a pharaoh whose name still lingers in the breath of the desert. Come closer, traveller. Let the sands whisper their secrets to you. The air is thick with the scent of sun-warmed stone, the tang of sweat, and the dry sweetness of desert winds. Before you, an army of workers move as one, hauling massive limestone blocks, chiseling intricate hieroglyphs, chanting in steady rhythm as they pull the weight of history up sloping ramps. The sheer scale of the pyramid looms above, unfinished yet already magnificent, its towering sides gleaming in the sun. You walk among them, your feet pressing into the dust of a city that will not last, built for a monument that will. Around you, Craftsmen carve names into stone, recording the men who laboured here, proof that this wonder was not raised by slaves, but by skilled hands, by artisans and dreamers who left their mark not only in history, but in the very bones of the earth. "Raise it higher," a voice calls, the foreman watching as another stone finds its place. "Raise it to the sky." And so the pyramid grows, stone by stone, a stairway reaching toward the heavens. The work is done, and the city fades, reclaimed by the sands. The pyramid stands alone, untouched, beneath the endless watch of Ra's golden eye. Time breathes, slow, steady, vast. The desert shifts, shifting like the rolling tide, but the pyramid does not move. It watches. Dynasties come and go, new rulers rise, each leaving their own mark, but none dare to challenge the Great Pyramid. Pilgrims walk its base, whispering prayers to kings long gone. The Romans arrive, carving their names into its stone, awed by its endurance. The world changes, but the pyramid remains, unshaken by war, by weather, by the hands of time. Even as great cities grow beyond the Nile, even as spires of stone and steel begin to pierce the sky, the pyramid still holds its title. No building rises taller. For thousands of years, it is the highest point man has ever reached, a beacon of what was once possible, a symbol of what endures. The year is 1311. The Great Pyramid still stands, its edges softened by time, but now it is no longer alone. In England, a cathedral pierces the sky, Lincoln Cathedral, reaching higher than even Khufu's monument. For the first time in nearly 4,000 years, another structure claims the title of tallest in the world. The pyramid does not grieve, it does not bow. It simply stands, as it always has, watching, waiting, and still men come. They press their hands to its ancient stones. They trace the worn edges of hieroglyphs. They climb its slopes to feel the hush of history beneath their feet. The pyramid's rule may have ended, but its legend is eternal. More towers will rise, the Eiffel Tower, the Empire State Building, skyscrapers of glass and steel touching the sky. But even as they grow, the pyramid remains, a reminder of the first great dream, of the first reach toward the heavens, of the endurance of those who built not for years, not for decades, but for eternity. The sands whisper once more, the wind tracing along the worn limestone. You are here again, at the base of the Great Pyramid, as the sky stretches endlessly above you. The stars have seen it all, the rising of kings, the fall of empires, the quiet passage of centuries. And still, the pyramid remains, a guardian of time, a whisper of something greater, a monument to what was and what will always be. The air is thick with dust and the distant scent of smouldering fires. The Battle of Kadesh has ended, leaving the field quiet, too quiet. Broken chariots lie abandoned, arrows are buried deep in the earth, and the warriors who fought here now rest, some in the arms of the living, others claimed by eternity. The war has been long, its echoes still trembling in the wind, the clash of swords, the cries of men, the rolling thunder of hooves. It all lingers in the silence that follows. For years, Egypt and the Hittites have fought, neither willing to bend, neither willing to break. But even the mightiest warriors must one day rest, and even the fiercest kings must one day speak. The sun hangs low over the horizon, its golden glow stretching across the field where once there was chaos. Tattered banners flutter weakly in the dying light, and the sands that drank the blood of soldiers now settle, as if weary themselves. The wind carries with it the last remnants of battle, the distant creak of a broken chariot wheel, the hushed murmurs of those who remain, counting both the living and the lost. And now, as if the gods themselves have grown weary of war, a decision is made. No more bloodshed, no more battles, only ink pressed upon parchment, sealing a fate that neither side could have foreseen. The doors of the great hall swing open, revealing a chamber bathed in amber light. Walls rise high, carved with stories of victory, of gods watching from above. Incense drifts lazily through the air, curling in delicate wisps around the stone pillars. The scent of myrrh and frankincense lingers, mingling with the hushed murmurs of gathered nobles and advisors. At the far end of the hall, seated upon his throne, is Ramses II, Pharaoh of Egypt, ruler of the two lands, the living god upon the earth. His gaze is steady, his hands resting on the arms of his gilded seat, but there is something in his eyes, something deeper than conquest, something greater than war. The Hittite envoys enter. Their movements are slow, measured, their expressions unreadable beneath the weight of tradition. They carry themselves with dignity, their robes adorned with symbols of their people, their steps echoing in the vast chamber. Behind him, scribes stand ready, scrolls unfurled, brushes poised to record the moment that history will not forget. The air is thick with anticipation, the weight of centuries pressing upon the stones beneath their feet. Ramses does not speak at first. He simply watches. Then, with deliberate slowness, he lifts his hand, a signal. A Hittite scribe steps forward, holding out the parchment. It is not a weapon, yet in this moment it holds more power than any sword. The words upon it are careful, etched with precision, carried from the land of Hatti to the halls of Egypt. It is a promise, a vow, a pact between two great empires, each weary of war, each bound by duty to its people. The terms are spoken aloud, their meaning heavy in the still air. The words feel ancient already, as if they have been waiting to be written, as if the moment itself had been carved into the fate of nations. There shall be peace and brotherhood between us forever. The words settle into the stone walls, into the watching eyes of the court, into the pages of history. The hall is silent. No metal clashing, no war cries, only the scratching of a stylus against parchment. And then, Ramses takes the stylus. He presses it to the parchment, signing his name into eternity. The Hittite envoy does the same. For the first time, not in blood, but in ink, peace is sealed. A treaty born not of conquest, but of understanding, of exhaustion, of necessity. A treaty that will endure far beyond the lives of the men who stand here today. The parchment fades, but the words do not. The promise lingers, etched in stone, recorded upon clay. The world changes. Empires rise and crumble. The sands shift, covering and uncovering the remnants of what once was. Pharaohs who once ruled are forgotten, their names worn away by time. But the treaty, the first of its kind, endures. One day, far beyond the lifetime of Ramses, far beyond the fall of Hatti, a copy of these very words will be rediscovered, unearthed from the sands, and placed in the halls of the United Nations, a testament to the first time mankind chose peace over war. the past still breathing in the present, reminding those who listen that even among the echoes of battle, peace can be written, and peace can be remembered. The ink has long since dried, the hands that wrote it long since turned to dust, and yet the promise remains, waiting in the quiet, whispering to those who would listen. The temple stands in quiet reverence, bathed in the golden glow of the morning sun. The scent of myrrh and lotus drifts lazily through the open-air corridors, winding around the pillars where delicate carvings of Bastet, lioness, protector, mother, stand eternal in stone. A hush lingers in the sacred space, a silence filled with the soft sound of purring. The sacred guardians are here, watching, waiting. A tabby stretches luxuriously upon the temple steps, her fur catching the sunlight, her golden eyes half-lidded in sleepy contentment. Another, sleek and black as polished onyx, weaves between the feet of a passing priestess, her tail curling gently against the woman's ankle before slipping away into the shadows. Here, among the sacred halls, the cats are not pets. They are protectors, symbols of grace, and vessels of divine wisdom. The keeper of the temple cats walks with measured steps, her robes trailing like whispers across the cool limestone floors. She kneels before an offering bowl, filling it with fresh water from the Nile, the rippling surface catching the flickering light of the oil lamps. Around her, the guardians gather, drawn by something unseen, something ancient. She speaks softly to them, her voice lilting like a song, an echo of devotion passed through generations. Bastet watches over you, as you watch over us. A small cat, no more than a kitten, presses into her palm, seeking warmth, seeking comfort. She smiles. In their presence, she feels the goddess near, her spirit wrapped in the quiet grace of fur and golden eyes. The cats have always been here, their spirits intertwined with the land, their presence etched into the very heart of Egypt. They were here when the first temples rose, when the pharaohs walked the earth, when the river was young and full of promise, and they will remain, watching, as they always have. A woman kneels before the altar, her hands clasped, her brow low against the cool stone. She speaks in a voice no louder than the wind, asking for protection, for guidance, for mercy. A temple cat watches her, perched upon the ledge, tail curled neatly around its paws. It blinks once, slow and knowing, before rising and stepping toward her. The woman lifts her head just as the cat presses its forehead against her hand. A blessing, a sign. To be touched by one of the sacred guardians is to be seen by Bastet herself. It is a moment she will carry in her heart long after she leaves these halls, a quiet reassurance that she is watched over, and that the goddess's favour is upon her. Beyond the temple walls, the city moves like a river, ebbing, flowing, and pulsing with life. And within it, the cats weave their own quiet paths. They sit atop market stalls, their tails flicking as they watch traders exchange goods. They wind between the legs of fishermen, waiting for scraps of the Nile's bounty. They bask upon sun-warmed rooftops, their bodies stretched lazily as they survey the kingdom below. The people do not shoo them away. They welcome them, honour them, and love them. For to harm a cat is unthinkable. To kill one, even by accident, is to bring misfortune upon one's household, upon one's very soul. And so they are protected, revered, given places of rest among the tombs of kings, their likeness immortalized in statues, their spirits bound forever to the land they call home. The sacred guardians will always remain, long after the temples have crumbled, after the pharaohs have turned to dust, after the gods have faded into legend. They will be here, watching from the shadows, basking in the sun, walking silently through the corridors of time. And perhaps, as you drift into sleep, you will feel them near, the warmth of their fur, the soft whisper of their breath, the gentle press of a presence unseen, watching over you as they have always watched over us. The chamber is quiet, filled only with the steady rhythm of breath and the faint murmur of voices beyond the doorway. A single torch burns in the alcove, its glow stretching long shadows across the limestone floor. Before you, a table stands, adorned with delicate carvings of gods and sacred symbols. Upon it rests an ancient board, wood smoothed by countless hands, squares etched with glyphs of meaning only the wise can truly decipher. This is Senet, the game of the afterlife. A game played by pharaohs and commoners alike, believed to be guided by the gods themselves. To win is not merely a matter of skill, it is a matter of fate, of unseen forces shifting in the spaces between each move. And tonight, you will play. Your hand hovers over the first piece, carved from polished ivory, its shape smooth beneath your fingertips. The board is marked with 30 squares, a winding path of trials and passage, a journey of the soul through the afterlife. Your opponent, a man draped in robes of fine linen, watches with knowing eyes. He is patient, waiting, as if the outcome of the game has already been written. You release the piece. It lands upon the board with the faintest sound, a whisper against the wood. The throwing sticks, your dice, your omen, are cast next, tumbling in a careful arc before settling, their meaning clear. The gods have spoken. You move forward, but not yet toward victory. Each step is a lesson, each placement a consequence of the past. With each turn, the game shifts, a roll of fortune, a step forward, a piece sent back. Senet is not played alone, for unseen hands guide each movement. The gods watch, amused, deciding which path will unfold before you. Your opponent speaks, his voice low and steady. The board is a mirror of life. You must not only play, but listen. You glance at the game again, at the winding path that stretches ahead. Some spaces bring blessings, others misfortune. Some offer safe passage, others demand patience and sacrifice. It is not simply about winning, it is about understanding the journey, reading the signs left for you along the way. Your opponent's hand hovers over his last piece. The room is silent, the air thick with expectation. The flickering torchlight dances upon the carved wood, casting strange shadows that seem to move on their own. You can feel it now, the weight of something beyond the mortal world lingering in the air, waiting to see what fate will decide. With a final roll, the piece moves to the last space, a place of rebirth, of safe passage into the afterlife. A soft smile touches your opponent's lips. He does not gloat, does not celebrate. He only nods, as if acknowledging something greater than victory. "You played well," he murmurs. "The gods have listened." The game may be over, but Senet does not end. The board will remain, waiting for new hands to move its pieces, for new souls to walk the path. The gods will continue to watch, amused, patient, knowing that all who play are merely moving along a greater board, the game of time, the game of fate. And as you drift into sleep, you may feel it still, the soft weight of a game piece in your palm, the gentle pull of something unseen, guiding you along your own path. Move wisely, traveller, for the board of life is vast, and the gods are always watching. The passageway is narrow, the air thick with dust, undisturbed for thousands of years. The passageway is narrow, the air thick with dust, undisturbed for 1,000 years. The flickering torchlight dances upon the carved stone walls, illuminating hieroglyphs that whisper of warnings and unseen dangers. Beneath your fingertips, the cold stone is etched with words left by the hands of priests long ago, a message meant for those who dare to enter. Death shall come on swift wings to those who disturb the rest of the Pharaoh. The inscription is clear, carved deep into the limestone, untouched by time. A warning or a promise? You cannot tell. And yet, beyond this threshold, the past waits, silent and watching, its secrets buried in the hush of eternity. The air is still, too still, as if even time hesitates to move here. The tunnel slopes downward, its steps worn smooth by the feet of those who once carried the Pharaoh's treasures to their final rest. The torch's glow barely reaches the depths, swallowed by the lingering shadow of something unseen. Each step echoes, swallowed by silence, a reminder that this place is meant for the dead and not the living. The inscriptions grow more urgent now, the hieroglyphs sharper, as if they too know what has been disturbed. Turn back, the gods are watching. The soul that enters unbidden shall never leave. The warnings continue, carved into every pillar, every stone. You press forward. There is no turning back now. At last, the tunnel opens into a grand chamber where towering statues of Anubis stand in silent judgment. The god of the dead watches, his jackal eyes gleaming in the dim torchlight. The walls are lined with golden masks, staring blankly, their expressions frozen in time. The weight of countless souls lingers here, pressing against the edges of the world, watching, waiting. At the far end of the chamber, the sarcophagus lies untouched, its golden surface adorned with the face of a king lost to time. And yet, the air around it is thick, heavy with something unseen. A presence, perhaps. Or simply the weight of history pressing upon the air itself. Then, a whisper, soft, barely audible. It's not a voice, not quite. It's the rustling of unseen things, the shifting of shadows against ancient stone. A final warning, unspoken yet heard all the same. Leave while you can. The torch sputters, the flame wavers, flickering wildly as if something has moved through the chamber. The air shifts, colder now, pressing against your skin like the breath of something ancient. Your own breath slows, drawn in carefully, as if the very act of exhaling might disturb the silence too much. A memory stirs within the stone, the stories of those who came before, the ones who did not heed the warnings, explorers who vanished, their names whispered only in half-remembered tales, scholars who grew ill without reason, their bodies claimed by unseen hands. The curse of the Pharaohs, they called it, a punishment, or simply coincidence. No one knows for sure. But standing here, in the hush of this tomb, you feel it, the weight of something greater than chance. The statues of Anubis remain, watching, their expressions unchanged. The golden masks still stare, their lips sealed against the weight of time. The sarcophagus lies undisturbed, the name of the pharaoh who sleeps within spoken only by the gods. The warnings remain carved in stone, waiting for the next soul who dares to enter. And as you step away, as you leave the silence of the tomb behind, You wonder, was it merely a legend? Or does something linger still, unseen, waiting in the hush of eternity? The chamber is vast, filled with the warm glow of torches, their flames flickering against the carved walls of limestone. Every surface is adorned with images of gods and kings, of triumph and eternity. The scent of myrrh and lotus drifts through the air, mingling with the quiet murmurs of priests preparing the sacred rites. Tonight, a mortal will be crowned divine, bound not only to the land of the living, but to the world beyond. The young ruler stands at the heart of it all, their robes woven with gold thread, a collar of lapis and turquoise resting heavy upon their chest. Soon, the double crown will be placed upon their brow, the weight of Upper and Lower Egypt pressing into their very being. The people will bow, the gods will watch, and history will carve their name into stone. Beyond the hall, the city hums with anticipation. From the balconies of the palace, musicians play soft, rhythmic melodies upon lyres and harps, their notes carried upon the warm night breeze. The Nile glows beneath the moon, a silver ribbon winding through the heart of the kingdom, its waters carrying whispers of rulers past. Somewhere, in the streets below, the people murmur the new pharaoh's name, testing it upon their tongues, shaping it into something eternal. The priests move like shadows, their voices a rhythmic chant, words older than the stones beneath their feet. They kneel before the young ruler, their hands raised in reverence. "You are no longer merely a man," they intone. "You are Horus, the falcon, the keeper of Ma'at, the ruler of two lands." The words coil through the air like smoke, curling into the rafters, drifting to the heavens where the gods await their new vessel. Water from the Nile is poured over the ruler's hands, a symbol of renewal, of connection to the life-giving river. The sacred scepters are placed in their grip, the crook and flail, the symbols of shepherding and dominion. And then, the crown, white for Upper Egypt, red for Lower, joined together in unity. As it rests upon their brow, a hush falls over the hall. It is done. The child of the gods stands before their people, no longer a name whispered in the shadows of court intrigue, but a presence carved into time itself. Beyond the walls of the palace, the city erupts in celebration. Torches flicker along the avenues, their glows stretching into the darkness like stars cast upon the earth. Families gather in courtyards, raising cups of cool beer, breaking warm loaves of bread, speaking the name of their new ruler beneath the vast sky. In the temples, the priests continue their prayers, offering lotus blossoms and golden figurines, pleading for divine favor upon the ruler who now walks the path of eternity. The weight of the moment lingers, pressing into the stillness of the night. The ruler steps onto a balcony overlooking the Nile, the river stretching endlessly beneath the stars. The celebration continues below, musicians playing lyres, dancers moving like flickering candle flames. But here, in the quiet, there is only the whisper of the wind and the distant lap of water against stone. To be pharaoh is to be a bridge between the mortal and divine, to be more than a man, yet still bound by the limits of flesh and time. The ruler exhales slowly, gazing up at the endless sky. Were the kings before them just as uncertain in their first moments? Did they too feel the weight of eternity pressing against their chest? Did they wonder if the gods truly watched, or if they stood alone beneath the stars? Somewhere, beyond the reach of mortal eyes, the gods stir. The great falcon of Horus spreads its wings upon the horizon. Anubis watches from the shadows, silent and knowing. The spirits of past rulers drift upon the wind, their names carved into stone, waiting to be spoken once more. And here, standing between two worlds, the young pharaoh takes their first breath as a living god. The years will pass, and the ruler will shape their kingdom, building temples that reach towards the heavens, carving their name deep into obelisks and tombs. They will lead armies, pass judgments, speak to the people as both sovereign and deity. And yet, time is relentless, the sands forever shifting, swallowing even the greatest of empires. One day, the temples will crumble, the palaces will fall silent, the statues will wear away beneath the breath of the desert winds. But the name, the name will remain, written upon scrolls, etched into stone, whispered by those who walk among ruins, imagining the world that once was. The pharaoh's body will turn to dust, but their memory will drift through time, lingering like a shadow, like a dream. The Nile continues to flow, just as it always has. The temples stand beneath the weight of centuries, their stones warm beneath the touch of the sun. The ruler who once stood upon this balcony is gone, but their story remains woven into the very fabric of Egypt, into the whispers of the wind, into the dreams of those who listen. And as you drift into sleep, perhaps you too will walk the halls of the past, your footsteps light upon the cool stones, your name waiting to be written in the sands of time. The boat rocks ever so slightly, swaying with the rhythm of the water. The Nile stretches ahead, a ribbon of silver and gold winding its way through the land of pharaohs, of gods, of history itself. The air is warm, scented with the sweet fragrance of lotus flowers blooming on the riverbanks. The world is still, but alive, a hum of unseen life moving beneath the surface, a chorus of unseen voices carried upon the breeze. Beyond the reeds, the land rises in waves of amber and ochre, the desert rolling like a sea frozen in time. Yet here, upon the river, life flourishes. The great cities of Egypt stand upon its banks, their temples and marketplaces bathed in the morning glow. The Nile is the heartbeat of this world, its waters carrying both the whispers of the past and the promise of what is yet to come. The river widens, revealing fields of emerald green, crops rising from the black earth, nourished by the flooding of the Nile. Farmers walk between the rows, their voices low as they tend to the grains of wheat and barley, their hands passing over the golden heads of the harvest. The air is filled with the soft hum of insects, the distant bray of donkeys, the rhythmic beat of workers pounding grain into flour. Further ahead, a small fishing boat drifts beside yours, the net cast wide upon the surface. A man and his son pull it back in, the silver scales of fish catching the light as they twist and shimmer in the morning glow. They wave, offering a nod, their movements easy, practiced, as though the river itself had taught them its secrets. For the Nile is not merely a river, it is life, carved into the heart of Egypt itself. The boat drifts towards a towering temple, its sandstone pillars rising like sentinels upon the river's edge. Great statues of gods stand in solemn silence, their carved faces turned toward the water, watching as they have for thousands of years. The temple is alive with movement, priests carrying offerings of incense and flowers, worshippers kneeling upon the cool stone, whispering prayers to the deities who dwell within these sacred halls. The scent of burning myrrh and frankincense carries upon the breeze, mingling with the river's earthy breath. The echoes of chanting rise from within, a melody of devotion, a song sung to the gods who have watched over this land since time began. The Nile reflects their images, as if the river itself remembers, as if it holds their likeness in its depth, carrying them forward through the ages. The world falls into stillness. The rush of the city fades into the distance. The temples dissolve into the haze of afternoon light. Here, upon the open river, the only sound is the soft lap of water, the occasional call of a heron gliding above, its wings outstretched, timeless and free. It is said that the gods once walked these waters, that Isis wept upon the Nile, her tears giving birth to its sacred floods, that Osiris drifted here, his spirit carried upon its currents. Even now, as the boat glides forward, there's a feeling of something greater lingering just beyond sight, an unseen presence moving beneath the surface, watching, whispering, remembering. The Nile does not end. It flows onward, past the borders of time, past the edges of memory. The same waters that nourish the fields of ancient farmers now ripple beneath this very boat. The same river that carried the prayers of kings and queens still sings its quiet song to the stars above. And as you drift onward, lulled by the gentle rhythm of the river, you feel it, the weight of history, the whisper of eternity, the soft embrace of time itself. The Nile will flow long after this moment fades, long after footsteps vanish from the shore, but for now, it carries you forward into dreams, into sleep, into the endless journey of the waters that have always been and will always be. The air is thick with the scent of limestone dust, the morning sun stretching golden fingers across the land. Before the day has fully begun, the village stirs. Faint murmurs of waking voices, the shuffle of feet on packed earth, the distant clang of a chisel meeting stone. Another day in the shadow of the rising pyramid, another day spent building eternity. In the distance, the unfinished monument looms, its sides still rough, waiting to be smoothed, its apex yet to reach the sky. The workers emerge from their mud brick homes, stretching beneath the light of Ra's first touch. Some rub the sleep from their eyes, others share quiet greetings, their voices carrying the warmth of camaraderie. They are not slaves, nor are they forced. They are not slaves, nor are they forced. They are artisans, masons, labourers, craftsmen, bound not by chains, but by purpose. The smell of baking bread drifts through the air, mingling with the earthy scent of damp clay. In the communal bakery, loaves are pulled from the fire, the crisp outer crust cracking as they cool. Workers gather in small groups, dipping bread into bowls of honeyed beer, their laughter rising like birds greeting the morning. They eat quickly. There is much to do before the sun reaches its peak. Nearby, a team of stonecutters sharpen their copper tools, inspecting the blades that will soon bite into the great blocks of limestone. Their arms are strong, their hands calloused, their bodies bearing the marks of labour, but there is pride in their movements. They do not see themselves as mere workers. They are creators, shaping stone that will stand for generations beyond their own. The work begins. Ropes strain, muscles flex, voices rise in rhythmic chants as teams of men pull the massive blocks along the sloping ramp. The limestone grinds against the wooden sleds, leaving deep grooves in the earth, footsteps of giants, imprints of history in the making. Every movement is calculated, every heave synchronized, a dance between man and stone. At the top of the ramp, masons stand waiting, their chisels ready. They work with precision, moving the rough edges, fitting the blocks so tightly that even time itself will struggle to undo their craftsmanship. The foreman watches, his keen eyes measuring the angles, ensuring that the structure rises in perfect alignment with the stars. This is not just a tomb, it is a gateway, a passage to the next world. The sun climbs higher, its heat pressing down upon the land, turning the sand to gold and the stone to fire. The workers pause, seeking shade beneath the scaffolding, drinking deeply from cool clay jars filled with water. Some lie back down on the ground, their breaths slowing, their bodies momentarily weightless in the embrace of rest. Stories are shared in murmured tones, tales of home, of wives weaving linen beneath the date palms, of children playing in the shallows of the Nile. Laughter rises and falls, a soft wave of warmth against the stillness of the afternoon. The pyramid looms above, ever growing, a silent witness to the lives unfolding beneath its shadow. The sky is painted in hues of amber and crimson, the sun dipping low beyond the dunes. The tools are set aside, the work unfinished, yet never abandoned. The workers descend from the pyramid, their silhouettes dark against the dying light. Another day has passed, another stone has been set in place. In the village the fires are lit, casting flickering shadows upon mud brick walls. The scent of roasting fowl fills the air, mingling with the sweet smoke of burning acacia wood. Children run between the houses, their laughter echoing like a song from another time, a melody that will one day be forgotten, yet forever remain. Long after the workers have left, long after their voices have faded into memory, the pyramid remains. The stars shift, the desert winds rise and fall, but the stone endures. It will stand for thousands of years, a testament to those who built not for themselves, but for something greater. A monument to time, to dedication, to the hands that shaped eternity. And as you drift into sleep, you can still hear them, the murmurs of voices upon the wind, the echo of chisels against stone, the quiet rhythm of those who laboured beneath the gaze of the gods, the builders of eternity, forever walking in the shadow of their own creation. The scent of ink and aged parchment lingers in the still air, mingling with the faint traces of incense that burn softly in the corner of the chamber. Here, beneath the vaulted ceilings of the scriptorium, knowledge is given form. Words, symbols, stories, etched carefully onto papyrus, destined to outlive the hand that writes them. This is a place of quiet purpose, of whispered wisdom, of time captured in delicate strokes of ink. Before you, a scribe sits upon a low wooden bench, his posture straight, his hand steady. In his grasp, a thin reed pen, its tip dipped in dark ink made from soot and gum. The scroll before him is nearly complete. The sacred words of a decree unfolding in precise, measured symbols. He does not hurry. A single stroke out of place could change the meaning of an entire passage, could shift history itself. And so, he writes with patience, with reverence, with the understanding that words hold the weight of eternity. Rows of shelves surround him, their wooden surfaces heavy with rolled papyrus, some bound in simple linen, others marked with wax seals of great houses and temples. The scribes before him, their hands now long turned to dust, have filled these halls with knowledge spanning centuries. Every decree, every law, every celestial chart, every prayer, held in ink upon fragile parchment, yet as enduring as the stars above. To be a scribe is to be more than a writer. It is to be a keeper of knowledge, a guardian of time, a voice for those who will never speak again. Before his work begins, the scribe takes a moment to prepare, carefully trimming the tip of his reed pen with a small knife, smoothing its edge upon a piece of fine limestone. He dips it into the ink, watching as the liquid clings to the fibres, rich and dark. Before his work begins, the scribe takes a moment to prepare, carefully trimming the tip of his reed pen with a small knife, smoothing its edge upon a piece of fine limestone. He dips it into the ink, watching as the liquid clings to the fibres, rich and dark. A silent prayer passes his lips, offered to Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, of writing, of the unseen order that binds the universe. May my hand be steady, my mind clear, my words worthy of remembrance. Only then does he begin, his strokes deliberate, his movements unhurried. The ink bleeds into the papyrus, a whisper of permanence in a world ever-changing. Near the entrance, an apprentice watches in quiet reverence, his own reed pen held tightly in his grasp. He is young, his training still fresh, but his heart beats with the same purpose. He too will learn the art of ink and time. He too will one day leave his mark upon history. The chamber is silent, but for the soft, rhythmic scratching of pens against papyrus. Across the room, other scribes work in quiet concentration, their hands moving in practiced harmony. Some record the decrees of the Pharaoh, ensuring his word reaches every corner of the kingdom. Others copy prayers to the gods, their symbols imbued with the weight of devotion. One scribe leans over his work, carefully documenting the grain stores of the Nile's last flood season. Another traces the stars, charting their positions so that priests may read the heavens. A third inscribes the story of a long-past battle, carving the deeds of warriors into the annals of history. The weight of their task is immense, for without them, the past would be forgotten, and the future left without guidance. Outside the chamber walls, the kingdom stirs, merchants shouting their wares in the bustling marketplace, priests offering prayers in the temple halls, architects laying the foundations of a monument that will rise towards the sky. Yet here, within the quiet scriptorium, all of it is recorded, preserved, and transformed into something beyond mere existence. Ink and papyrus will outlive even stone. The scribe leans back, his fingers momentarily still, his eyes drifting over the shelves upon shelves of scrolls that line the walls. Each one is a voice, a memory, a fragment of something greater. He wonders who will read these words long after he is gone. Will they understand the effort, the devotion, the precision with which each stroke was placed? Will they feel the weight of time pressing between the fibres of the papyrus? He reaches for an old scroll, its edges worn, its seal cracked with time. Carefully, he unfurls it, revealing the words of a scribe who lived centuries before him. The ink is faded, the script slightly different, yet the message is clear. Knowledge endures. He smiles faintly, tracing his fingertips lightly over the surface, knowing that one day another will do the same with the words he writes today. Beyond the open doorway, the sounds of the temple stir, the footsteps of priests, the murmured prayers of those seeking wisdom. The scribe listens, but does not rise. His work is not yet done. He dips his pen once more, his heart steady, his purpose clear. The words must live on. The final stroke is placed, the last symbol drawn. The ink dries beneath the warm glow of the setting sun, sealing the words into history. The scribe exhales softly, pressing his palm against the papyrus as if grounding it to the earth. Another record complete, another offering to time itself. Long after the hand that wrote them has turned to dust, the words will remain. Long after the empire that bore them has fallen into ruin, the scrolls will whisper their secrets to those who come after. For this is the duty of a scribe, to give voice to the silent, to preserve what must not be lost, to inscribe eternity with every careful stroke of ink. Perhaps in another age, a curious traveller will unearth these scrolls, their fingers brushing over the faded ink, their mind filling with echoes of a world long gone, and in that moment, the scribe will live again, his voice carried across the veil of time, whispering, remembering, enduring. The scent of lotus blossoms drifts through the open columns, carried by the gentle morning breeze. The palace stands in quiet anticipation, bathed in the golden glow of the rising sun. Today, history will shift. Today, Egypt will crown a new ruler. Not a son of Horus, not a man of the warrior line, but a woman, draped in the robes of kingship, stepping forward to take her place upon the throne. The courtiers stand in rows, their linen garments flowing, their kohl-lined eyes watching as she approaches. Hatshepsut moves with grace, her chin lifted, her expression unreadable. Upon her brow, the Nemes headdress sits proudly, its golden hues gleaming beneath the light of Ra. The sacred crook and flail rest within her hands, the symbols of a ruler, a king, a god upon earth. She kneels before the high priest, the air thick with the smoke of burning myrrh. "You are Pharaoh now," he intones, his voice steady and unwavering. "May Ma'at guide your rule, and the gods know your name for all eternity." And as the crown is placed upon her head, the temple walls seem to hold their breath, as if even the stone knows that a new story has begun. The rule is to be both feared and revered, to hold the weight of an empire upon one's shoulders. Hatshepsut does not falter. She steps onto the grand balcony, looking over Thebes, her people gathered below. The Nile winds its way through the heart of Egypt, a lifeline that carries not only water, but the lifeblood of a civilization. And now, it is hers to guide. But a queen upon the throne of kings is an uneasy sight for many. The voices of advisers rise in hushed murmurs behind her. "A woman cannot rule alone," some say. "She must take a husband, a co-regent." Others whisper of tradition, of what has always been. But Hatshepsut knows what they do not. This moment is hers, carved by destiny, written by the gods. She will not be consort. She will not be a shadow. She will be Pharaoh. She walks the halls of her ancestors, running her fingers along the smooth, cool stone, tracing the names of the rulers who came before. Men who built empires, who led armies, who were worshipped as divine. And now, her name will join them. She will build, she will lead, and she will be remembered. And so she issues her first decree, not as a queen, not as a wife, but as Pharaoh of the two lands. The ships return to Thebes, their sails full of the warm desert wind, their hulls heavy with treasures from the land of Punt. Ivory, myrrh, exotic woods, all gifts brought in tribute, all proof of a queen who knew not only how to wield power, but how to build something greater than war. Hatshepsut does not hunger for conquest, she seeks prosperity, and under her rule, Egypt thrives. She moves through the great temple of Karnak, where workers carve her likeness into stone. She watches as golden obelisks rise towards the heavens, their tips gleaming beneath the midday sun. She speaks with architects, mathematicians, merchants. Her kingdom is not one of swords, but of knowledge, of expansion through wisdom rather than war. And yet, she knows, history is unkind to those who break tradition. Even now she can feel the weight of time pressing against her name, but she does not waver. She builds, she leads, and she leaves behind something that no one can erase. The sun is high, casting long shadows across the stone pillars that rise before her. Deir el-Bahari, her masterpiece, her legacy, the temple that will speak her name long after she is gone. The terraces stretch upward, a stairway to heaven, lined with statues of the gods and of Hatshepsut herself. This is more than a tomb. It is a testament, a proclamation that she ruled, that she built, that she was Pharaoh, and no time nor man could erase it. She moves between the towering columns, her fingers brushing against the cool stone, tracing the hieroglyphs that tell her story. Not a queen, not a wife, not a regent, but a ruler in her own right, Pharaoh of Egypt, daughter of Amun, the divine made flesh. She closes her eyes, breathing in the dry, sun-warmed air, knowing that one day the sands may shift, the walls may crumble, but this temple, this story will endure. She is gone, but the temple remains. The hieroglyphs still mark her triumphs, the pillars still bear the weight of her story. And though her successors tried to erase her, though her name was chiselled from monuments, though history attempted to forget, Hatshepsut endures. The winds pass over the cliffs of Deir el-Bahari, rustling through the ancient halls, carrying her name upon the air. And if you listen closely, if you stand in the hush of the temple at dawn, you may still hear it, the whisper of a ruler who defied the past and built her place in eternity. The air is cool, a gentle breeze carrying the scent of desert jasmine through the open courtyard. Above, the sky unfurls like a vast black canvas scattered with 1,000 gleaming stars. The torches along the temple walls flicker, casting long shadows as the astronomers climb the steps, their white linen robes rustling softly in the quiet of the night. This is the Temple of the Cosmos, a place where the gods whisper through constellations, where time is measured by the rise and fall of celestial bodies. The great pillars of the observatory stretch toward the heavens, carved with the names of gods and kings, stories etched into stone so that the sky may never be forgotten. Tonight, they will watch, and they will listen. They will record the journey of the stars, tracing the movements that have guided pharaohs, aligned temples, and foretold the fate of empires. With each night's vigil, they weave the fabric of time itself. A hush falls upon the temple as the astronomers take their places. They arrange their tools, bronze sighting rods, polished stone markers, thin lines of twine stretched taut between points. Their fingers move with steady precision, adjusting the measurements that will mark the passing of another cycle, another year. Beyond the city walls, the Nile sleeps in the moonlight, its dark waters gliding silently beneath the stars. Soon, the great river will rise, swelling with the breath of distant rains. And they, the watchers of the sky, will know before any others, for they have seen the signs, they have read the language of the cosmos. Then, there, a single star shimmers upon the horizon, faint at first, then burning bright, like a divine torch piercing the veil of night. Sirius has returned, and with it the promise of renewal. The astronomers exchange knowing glances, their eyes reflecting the glow of the heavens. The gods have spoken. One by one, the constellations emerge from the darkness, as if called forth by unseen hands. Orion strides across the heavens, his celestial form a guardian over the land of Kemet. The flickering belt of stars mirrors the great pyramids below, built in perfect alignment with the will of the cosmos. The sky and the earth are bound, their fates entwined. With practiced hands, the lead astronomer marks the passage of each constellation, charting their journey across the vault of night. The calendar is written in the stars, each movement foretelling the cycles of the world, the seasons, the harvests, the tides of war and peace. Even the temples, the great monuments of pharaohs, must bow to the laws of the sky, their stones placed to catch the first rays of dawn at the precise moment decreed by the stars. Nothing is built without the blessing of the heavens, and nothing is written without the wisdom of the night sky. A young apprentice lingers at the edge of the observatory, his eyes wide and his heart full of wonder. He has spent his life learning the stars, committing their names to memory, tracing their paths with careful hands. But tonight, beneath this endless sky, he cannot help but feel small. The heavens stretch beyond knowing, beyond time, beyond even the reach of gods. He turns to the elder astronomer beside him. "Master, do you think the stars watch us as we watch them?" The old man smiles, his gaze never leaving the night sky. "Perhaps, or perhaps we are simply echoes of something greater, written in the dust of the cosmos." The apprentice nods, his heart steady now. For though he may never hold the answers, he knows this: the stars will remain. They will rise and set, as they always have, and the watchers of the sky will be there to greet them, as they have for generations before, and as they will for all those yet to come. The night wanes. The first hints of dawn paint the eastern sky in soft hues of violet and gold. The astronomers step back from their work, their charts complete, their records sealed. Another night of watching, another moment captured in ink and stone. The stars begin to fade, swallowed by the coming sun, but their knowledge remains, written upon the walls of temples, whispered through the halls of time. And as the astronomers descend the temple steps, the heavens still turn above, waiting for the next night, the next watcher, the next story written in the language of the stars. The air is thick with scent: sweet myrrh, golden honey, crushed cinnamon. The flickering of torches on the temple walls cast shifting shadows upon alabaster jars and clay vessels, their surfaces adorned with the names of sacred oils. In the heart of the workshop, a young apprentice kneels, her hands dusted with powdered resin, carefully measuring the next ingredient in a centuries-old ritual. This is no ordinary place of labour. Here, fragrance is more than pleasure. It is devotion, an offering to the gods, a whisper of the divine made tangible. Each perfume blended within these walls will find its purpose, some burned as sacred incense, some sealed within golden flasks for the Pharaoh's court, others wrapped in linen and placed within tombs, so that even in the afterlife the scent of paradise remains. She lifts a small vial of oil to her nose, inhaling the depth of its aroma. Blue lotus, rich and floral, a symbol of rebirth, the breath of the gods themselves. The stone mortar is cool beneath her fingertips as she begins the process, grinding the dried resins into fine, fragrant powder. Myrrh, dark and bittersweet, crumbles under the pestle, its scent rising into the warm air. She adds frankincense next, golden tears of hardened sap, releasing their sharp, citrusy breath as they break apart. Each ingredient is chosen not only for its aroma, but for its power, its ability to cleanse, to heal, to transport the soul beyond the veil of this world. She stirs the mixture into a bowl of thick honey, its golden depths catching the temple's flickering torchlight. Drops of wine are added, their scent rich and heady, binding the perfume together. With slow, deliberate movements, she pours the liquid into a small alabaster jar, sealing it for the night. By dawn, the blend will be ready, its fragrance matured, deepened by time. Far from the temple, within the golden halls of the royal palace, a servant approaches the queen's chamber, carrying a tray of delicate perfume bottles, each carved from translucent alabaster. Their contents shimmer in the candlelight, liquid gold, deep amber, hues of rose and indigo. The queen's personal perfumer bows before her, lifting one of the flasks with reverence. "This, great one, is the scent of eternity, he murmurs, uncorking the vessel and dabbing the oil onto her wrists. The aroma blossoms in the air, delicate blue lotus, rich cassia, the warmth of sandalwood and sweet marjoram. It's the scent of the Nile at dawn, of warm breezes through temple gardens, of beauty that will outlast the years. She inhales deeply, her eyes half-lidded with pleasure. In this, there is power. A scent can entrance, can command, can linger even when all else fades. The tomb is cool and dark, untouched by the light of the living world. A procession moves slowly through its shadowed halls, their torches flickering against the painted walls where gods stretch their hands toward the waiting souls. The air is thick with incense, its curling tendrils of smoke rising toward the ceiling like whispered prayers. At the center of the chamber, beside the gilded sarcophagus, stands a priestess, her arms lifted in silent devotion. Before her, a small jar of kefi is placed, a final gift to the departed. She removes the lid, and at once the chamber is filled with its scent, warm honey, dark wine, the deep, resinous breath of myrrh. It's a scent of comfort, of memory, of a promise that even beyond death, beauty endures. The jar is sealed, placed beside the body, waiting to release its fragrance in the halls of the afterlife. For in Egypt, even eternity must be scented with the breath of the gods. The hands that blended these perfumes are long turned to dust, yet their scents remain. Within the silent tombs, within the painted halls of temples, within the delicate bottles unearthed by time, the essence of ancient Egypt lingers still. And as you drift into sleep, perhaps you too can smell it, the warm sweetness of honeyed resins, the floral breath of lotus flowers upon the wind, a scent that carries memory, devotion, and eternity, the breath of the gods, lingering in the quiet of dreams. The river glistens in the early morning light, its surface smooth and golden beneath the rising sun. A thin mist clings to the banks, curling around the reeds like the breath of unseen spirits. The flood has passed, and in its wake the land has been reborn, dark with silt and rich with promise. Soon the fields will burst into green, the gift of the gods unfolding beneath the hands of those who tend the earth. A farmer kneels at the edge of his field, his palms pressing into the damp soil. He lifts a handful, crumbling it between his fingers, watching as it falls back to the ground. It is good, soft, fertile, ready to bear life. He bows his head, whispering a quiet prayer to Osiris, the Lord of the harvest. May the grain rise strong, may the land be kind. The work is about to begin. The field stretches wide beneath the sun, its dark soil freshly turned by the wooden plough. The oxen move steadily, their muscles rippling beneath coats dusted with dried earth. The farmer walks beside them, guiding their steps with a steady hand, his bare feet sinking into the cool dampness of the land. Behind him, his sons scatter the seeds, their fingers quick, practiced, knowing the rhythm of the seasons as if it were a song sung by the Nile itself. His wife follows, pressing the seeds gently into the earth, whispering to them as she works. Grow tall, grow strong, feed our children, feed our people. She knows that each grain carries a promise, that each stalk of wheat will sustain not only their family, but the kingdom itself. And so, with careful hands, they bury the seeds, placing their faith in the land, in the river, and in the gods who watch from above. The days lengthen, the seasons turn, and the fields transform. What was once barren earth now sways with the breath of the wind, endless rows of wheat and barley rippling beneath the blue expanse of sky. The farmer walks among them, his fingers brushing against the golden stalks, his heart swelling with quiet gratitude. The land has kept its promise. The gods have listened. Dragonflies dance above the irrigation channels, their wings catching the sunlight, their reflections flickering upon the water's surface. Birds call from the reeds, their song blending with the rustling of grain. Life is everywhere, a quiet hum that fills the warm air. Soon the time of harvest will come, and soon the fields will be gathered, their bounty stored for the long months ahead. The morning air is thick with the scent of warm earth and ripe grain. The farmers stand at the edge of the fields, their bronze sickles glinting in the light. The eldest among them steps forward, lifting his blade, his voice rising in song, a hymn of thanks, a call to the gods. We reap what has been given, we take what has been blessed. May the land remain strong, may the harvest be plenty. And then, with the first stroke, the harvest begins. The sickles sweep through the stalks, the golden heads of wheat falling in neat bundles. The workers move in rhythm, their motions fluid, their hands steady. The grain is gathered, tied, stacked beneath the shade of palm trees. The threshing floor awaits, where oxen will tread upon the sheaves, separating husk from seed, releasing the food that will fill the bellies of a kingdom. In the village, the fires are lit, the scent of baking bread drifting through the air. The first sheaf of wheat is set aside, placed upon an altar as an offering to Osiris. The farmer kneels, pressing his forehead to the earth, whispering words of thanks. May we never know hunger, may the fields always rise. And with this, the cycle is complete. The sun sets, painting the sky in hues of amber and crimson. The fields lie quiet now, the last stalks of grain gathered, the earth breathing in the coolness of evening. The farmer stands at the edge of the river, watching as the water moves slow and steady, carrying time within its depths. The Nile has given, and it will give again. The seasons will turn, the seeds will be planted, and the fields will bloom once more. And as the stars emerge, glittering in the dark expanse above, the farmer closes his eyes, listening to the soft rustling of the reeds, to the whisper of the land, and to the ancient song of the harvest that will never fade.